Atoll Station 1. Battle Station. We have, oops, I lost track of the page, 24 allies. We're going up against 39 enemies. Mono Bear's in the lead. Snuggle Bumblebee takes over first. Mono Bear's in second. Dark Metatron is in third. Wait, am I dead? No, I'm up there. I'm up there dealing with the epic. Let's see if I'll survive. Let's see. Mono Bear's in first. Snuggle Bum is in second. Oh, I killed the giant. Very cool. And we are done. Oh, I killed my range. I was not sure of that one. The quest was placing the puppy on the map. Alrighty, Mono Bear is in first place, 18 kill, 5 assists. Snuggle Bumblebee is in second place with 11 assists, and Dark Metatron is in third. 1 kill, 9 assists. We have gold twice. Do we have the lady? How about an Onatikun? A bluer Swede? Nope. Wow. Gold's up for grab this morning. And then a Centurion, which no one is currently claiming. Dark Metatron, you get the Centurion. Kane and Mono Bear get the gold. And we move on to, whoa, let's not jump the gun, a scroll chest. Okay, let me clear my quests before I go any further. Alright, I need to kill support units. Are there any support units in here? Those are all range. Well, so. Let's see if I can get myself a couple more epics. So. And it is past 8 a.m. Time for me to check the shop. Where anything not 29 is getting purchased. Ooh. And I am below 20k. I do not get a refresh. In half an hour, we will see how that turns out. And now to check in on the viewer side, where anything not level 1 is getting purchased. And I get a good number of refresh on this one. I have a lot of coins on the viewer side. Alrighty, that was a good haul. Yeah, I'm put this down. And good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday. Second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. Wait, why am I walking? Today's a read incorrect. I do not walk on read incorrect. Hey, Dion. Sorry about that. Dion, how are you doing this morning? How are you doing today? I hope everyone's doing well. Everyone started the well properly. That you are energized for the day and the rest of the week. That you are still riding the energy of the weekend. Well, if that's such a thing. Not written yet. It's 2 p.m. All right. Well, I hope that the writing is to your satisfaction today. This morning, it is read and correct for me. For those who are new to this, they are an editing method for me where I read a chapter out loud and correct it as I go. Because I record it so I can upload it places, I will ignore the chat while I am doing this. And there are chances that the streamer ender battle will be delayed until I'm done recording. To keep the delay to a minimum, I will start now with confirming my microphone is turned on. You have no idea how often I missed that one. Turning off the desktop audio, confirming I'm on the, yes, correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing, this is me very well prepared. Chapter 56 of Breaking Step. Tibbs froze as lightning illuminated the city. It only lasted a second, but he hoped it would leave spots for anyone who didn't have light as an element. He still couldn't take a chance. He still couldn't take a chance an attentive guard might notice his darker form against the pale wall. Though, wow, through that and the downpour. If not for how many roofs he'd had to run to reach the brokerage, he'd have dressed in something lighter. But the city guards were more attentive to the roofs here, and many buildings had them posted to watch over them. Yeah. And many buildings had them posted. Okay, that's clunky. I borrowed lighter, but the city guards were more attentive to the roofs here. And many roofs had them posted there. To watch over them. That's to them very much close, but I don't really know how to fix that one. Thunder sounded, deafening him, and he got back to work. The window had more than the usual latch. More the usual latch those this high up settled for. It had a lock with false gate and tolerance so tight any thief attempting to pick it while hanging from the overhang would fail. The only way it could be more secure was to make it so the key needed to be enchanted, like those at his rooming house. But that would add to the enchantment. Okay, that's the end of a phrase. But that would add to the enchantment that should already be protecting the whole building. For Tibbs, it was simply a question of willing the ice he had within the lock to push the tumbler appropriately, then turn, and the window pushed in quietly. It didn't disturb the strands of the weave still in place, since it was part of what they protected. The opening in that, from those pulled aside, was half as wide as the window. Another flash of lightning froze him in the process of pulling himself up. He suffused himself with earth so he'd keep his body rigid when when needed. Keeping himself... Okay. He suffused himself with earth, so he'd keep his body rigid when needed. Keeping it... Okay, wow. Did I go clunky on this one? His body rigid, twisted at the angle needed to pass through the gap in the weave. Once he was as far in as his hold allowed, he reached in, placed a hand on the stone wall, wrapped that in stone, and finished. With a shove. And finished? Okay, and moved fully inside. There we go. With a shove, undoing what held his hand and suffusing himself with air, he landed silently in the center of the room. Well, it should be silent. Thunder sounded as he landed, and his ears rang from it. He gave himself 6 and 0 heartbeat to ensure that, in spite of his caution and the added cover of the thunder, no one had noticed his entrance. He closed the window and absorbed the water it had let in. He'd already reflexively kept himself from getting wet, then set about the job. Okay, I think this is going to work better if I do it like that. But Tibbs had 2 jobs, one for Archer, the only one he needed to do as far as the man was concerned, and the one for himself, the one that ensured Craggle Rock would no longer be bothered, even if the Archer said the lack of coin would be enough. The contracts documented what Sebastian wanted done, as well as who the brokerage had hired to make it happen, had been mentioned in passing, as part of Archer explaining how the organization worked. Tib had to insist on answers to his questions to get the details. Those papers were required for the work to be done. Most organizations that use contracts... What? Oh, most organizations used contracts. Most organizations use contract. If one went missing, they no longer had a way to prove the work needed to happen. Archer knew where they were, and that Sebastian's contracts, as well as the ones for those hired, would be kept together as part of how they were handled. But he told Tibbs where only after he got him to promise the coins would come first, and that they wouldn't be jeopardized in attempting to get the contracts. Tibbs had agreed, and found the coins were kept under the building, while the contracts 2 floors below him. The brokerage had so many coins, Archer said, that they couldn't trust the floors, the wooden floors, to hold them. Okay, I don't need the all here. Tibbs was dubious about it. Coins weighed little. He could hold a handful for hours without feeling it. Even a bag of them was hardly noticeable. Because he'd promised to get the coins first, it meant getting the contracts on the way out. He took off the dark clothing to reveal a set of better appointed ones he wore over his armor. Archer had wanted him to go in without it, since it made the clerk's clothing hang not quite right. But Tibbs wasn't heading into the potential danger the job represented without protection he was comfortable wearing. And he took a stack of paper out from its hiding place. Why do you not like that? Out of its hiding... Yeah, you know what? Yeah. Out of its hiding place. Another spending he'd rather not do. And to do another spending he'd had to do, since this is how changing a couple of words, can require further changes. Another spending he'd had to do, since clerks had paper. That's no longer needed. He'd written accounts from the previous week, since those were the kind of things the paper Tibbs had seen within the guild building had. An ear to the door confirmed the people he sensed walking by. No one in the building had an element. He let go of his as the corridor emptied, opened the door, and walked out. The brokerage was filled with what Archer called bureaucrats, clerk with illusions of grandeur, which was why Tibbs had spent more on the clothing than he'd liked. They handled more money, so he imagined they had more power. He didn't acknowledge the people he passed, and they didn't him. He wore the same preoccupied expression they did. Even this late, there were a lot of them in the building. The brokerage never slept, Archer said. Tibbs had taken that to mean they were always on guard, but he'd quickly realized, as he cased the building, that it was literal. Day and night bureaucrats came and went. People dressed richly enough or too suspicious looking entered and left. He walked by guards. Some stood at attention by a door, not the one holding his contracts. He was relieved to see. He sensed people inside. Metal boxes with weaves. Metal boxes with weaves through them. But didn't have the time to get details. Other guards walked around, although they seemed to be going places rather than patrolling. Tibbs avoided anyone who looked like they belonged on a harsher version of his street, as did any of the clerk. The ground floor was the same set of corridors and rooms, and only different in that it had a door at one end of the central hall with an entryway where the customers sat, and a less impressive door at the other end. Okay, let me redo this. The ground floor was the same set of corridors and rooms, only different in that it had one door at one end of the central hall with an entryway where customers sat, and a less impressive door at the other. That one opened onto an alley, but he sensed by the sense of the other side. The other difference was that behind one door in the central hall, a guarded door closer to the front than the back, were stairs going down, the only set of them. It also had a lock on top of the being guarded. The guard had the key, and Tibbs watched as a man offered a paper for the guard to read before he unlocked the door and let him in. He couldn't know what the paper said, so that was not how he'd get down. As with other corridors, it was well lit, and the oil lamps were protected from tempering by a glass cylinder only opened at the top. You know what? A glass chimney. With a glass chimney only opened at the top. You know what? If I say chimney, open at the top is kind of implied. It wouldn't prevent him from dousing them and plunging the hall into darkness, but all it would do was raise the alert, unless he could provide a justification for it, such as an exceedingly powerful gust of wind. He was in a straight hall with a door at each end, after all, and there was a storm raging outside. The wind hadn't bothered him since he had hair, but it had been strong. Not strong enough to extinguish lamps, but Tibbs could make what moved through the hall strong enough it could be believed it had. All he needed was for both doors to open at the same time and at the same and the right time. And he would have his justification. The back door had a metal bolt, currently latched, but that wouldn't slow him. And since no one was paying attention as they walked by, they might not even know if it was or wasn't latched after the fact. To avoid drawing attention while he waited for someone to need to go down, he walked along the corridors on the floor. He sensed everyone moving, and it was simple to be heading towards the door each time someone slowed as they reached it. Too many people did so. Enough, Tibbs was sure someone would notice how often he came by. Each time, he tensed, ready to open the bolt, shove the doors open, and bowl over everyone with the storm wind. Once he'd nearly done it, but the minute stopped as he looked through the papers he held, then turned around. When the woman approached, he was already in the hall from the circuit he was already in the hall from the circuit he walked. So he saw her holding the paper as she slowed and offered it to the guard, who looked it over and handed it back. As the key went in the lock, Tibbs forced the bolt to unlatch and grab hold of both doors. The key turned and the lock clicked. Darkness fell into the hall as all flames extinguished. The doors slammed open and the wind was strong enough it could have propelled Tibbs to the door, where he shoved the woman out of the way and pulled the door open. Her complaints were taken away by the storm. He sent a torrent of wind ahead of him and snuffed the lanterns that lined the stairs. He stumbled the last step and held onto the wall as he stepped into the room's light. A woman was struggling to catch papers the wind had sent flying, and Tibbs kept her distracted as he straightened himself and his clothing while continuing. He ignored her question. He didn't understand the language, but she had sounded curious, not alarmed. The hall was well lit again, but no doors guarded. The guards were inside the room by the armor some of the people in them wore. The room he wanted, the one Archer had told him held all the coins Sebastian had given the brokerage to accomplish his revenge contract, had 2 guards and 3 clerks. Wait, 2 and 3? Really? I think I'm going to have to come back and fix that. I believe it's 3 and 2. That would be a problem. He needed resolve before he reached the door. He didn't think he could wander without being questioned. He needed to deal with them without alerting those in the other rooms. He could make out faint conversation from the door, so if dealing with a guard was too loud, he'd be in trouble. He could suffocate them, but he had no way to know how long it would take. He'd unsettled one of Sebastian's thugs that way, but it hadn't taken him down quickly. What he couldn't do was only focus on them. He needed to ensure they had no way to find air, so he removed it from the entire room. The door was bolted from the inside, but that didn't stop him. He undid it before pulling the door and pushed back the surprised guard that was reaching for it. He closed the door and put metal spikes into it and the frame to ensure no one could get in easily. You know what? Ensure no one could get in. Let's leave it at that. She steadied herself and unsheathed her sword. He sent a ball of air as she locked eyes with him, and she flew back. He cursed as she quickly drew a breath before landing, then got up. The 3 clerks were by their desk, gasping for air. Okay, remain consistent. And the other guard was already still. His life essence was fine, but Tibbs had no idea how long that would last without breath. Okay. The longer she lasted, the least likely it was anyone would live, he expected. So he needed to end this fast. He blocked her attack with his earth-covered bracers to protect it, then straightened his punch with the same element. She landed with a gasp, then choked before regaining control and getting to her feet, her expression more determined. Tibbs told her to stay down, only for his words not to go anywhere. So it wasn't just that he could use air to bring words to him. They needed air to be. The sword strike hit him in the chest, and he looked at her, annoyed at his distraction and yet more holes in his still repairing armor. He punched her in the face, and she staggered back. She attempted another swing, her expression fearful, but she staggered again and dropped to a knee. She forced herself to stand, the determination back stronger. Tibbs shook his head, pointed to the floor. She came at him, sword high, step unsure. Tibbs stepped out of the way and of the swing with ease, and the motion took her off her feet. Her sword suddenly slid away as she landed. Then she gasped the fear back as she watched him approach. It wasn't only word that needed air to be, any sound seemed to. Was this what Alistair had done when he'd given them privacy? Somehow he used water to divide the air on one side from the other, preventing sound from passing. He watched her growing still and sensed for the other, cursing for the others. Cursing as he noticed the other... for the others. Cursing as the... as he noticed the guard's life essence had thinned to almost nothing. He brought back air with and his gasp was loud, as was that of his opponent. No, he kicked her across the face, and she was still. The safe was a metal box, taller than he was, woven through with essence, most of it metal, earth, and purity, some air, light, and darkness, along with others he couldn't identify. No thread reached out, so the weave would be to reinforce it. If it sounded an alarm, it would come from it instead of being a trigger for something else, something elsewhere. Knowing what he now knew about air and sound, he removed it from around the safe, then proceeded to undo the weave. It resisted. Those he didn't know acted in concert to strengthen the hold against his will. So Tibbs changed tactics. He poured corruption through the weave. Purity fought it, but Tibbs had an unending reserve, while it only had what was within the weave. It was overwhelmed, and the rest melted away with it. Then the safe sagged, and Tibbs hurried to pull the essence out. He needed the content intact. He undid the door and looked in, awed at the content. Stacks and stacks of coins bound together by leather strips. Wrapped. Wrapped in leather. I don't know why I went with leather strips, because that makes no sense. A stack of coin with a strip would just fall apart. Wrapped in letters. Copper, silver, electrum, gold, and something silver-like, but with blue in it. On a shelf were bars of the same metals. On another, stacks of papers. He shoved the coins in Archer's bag, swallowing his giddiness. This had to be the most coins any rogue had ever held. Before putting the bars in, he sent one of each to his hiding place. It was the same metal as the coin, so had to be valuable. When that was all in, and the bag hardly bulged, he considered the papers. They weren't the contracts, unless the man had been wrong, and there were more stacks of them bound in leather for that. There were two more bound in leather. There were too many. And there were too many stacks of them bound in leather for that. He couldn't take the time to figure out what they were, so all went into the bag. Once he was away, and before he reached the tavern, he'd look them over. He sensed no one in the corridor, and his ears confirmed it. A glance added to that, so he exited. The woman at the desk had collected the papers and was assembling them into orderly piles. She barely glanced at him as he headed for the stairs. The lamp were lit again, and the door handle unlocked the door as he turned it. He didn't have time to wonder about the mechanism. As he readied himself for the guard, who didn't look at him, as Tibbs headed for the stairs heading to the upper floor. Floors, plural. The hall was lit again, but people were still picking up papers and other items that had been sent flying. He couldn't take his time to go in and take the contracts anymore, but he also wasn't leaving them in the brokerage possession. Some of the other rooms under the building had even larger safes. There would be enough coins in those for them to keep paying to have Craggle Rock attacked, no matter what Archer believed. So he needed to destroy them. Sensing the room Archer had told him about, it had many safes with weaves similar to the one he'd undone. What Archer hadn't told him was which safe it would be. The solution was simple. He'd destroy the content in all the safes. He figured fire deserved the feast. He poured it into each of them as he walked up the step, having to keep adding to it, since the moment he stopped, the weave acted to douse the fire. Again, it was fine, as he had far more essence than it. A bell sounded, rung by someone in the room, since the weaves didn't connect to anything. While fire was contained inside the safe, eagerly devouring their content, the heat it generated filled the metal walls and leaked outside. When he reached the floor, people were screaming, running away from the room. Tibbs felt the heat pouring from the open door. You know what? Running away. Tibbs felt the heat pouring from the open door from this. Oh, I see. This is the from. Heat pouring out from the stair. Pouring out from the stair. Out of the room from the stairs. A man stopped, pointed at Tibbs, and yelled something. Maybe his eyes had given him away. That was fine. Fire was useful here, too. He waved his hand and fire licked around them. People yelled again, moving away from him. Then someone didn't. He flung fire. When someone didn't, he flung fire at them as he kept running up the stairs. He kept the fire from harming them, but everyone knew how hungry it was, and that fear was enough to scatter everyone he encountered. Guards were running after him by the time he reached the floor, and three happened to be before him. Tibbs let go of fire and channeled metal, suffusing himself and pushing the essence through his armor and clothing. Hopefully, that would work to keep them intact. The sword glanced off him as he shouldered them out of his way. Then he was through the door and running for the window. Okay. This is a different paragraph. It and the surrounding wall exploded under the blast of air, and he didn't slow as he threw himself out, pushing away from the building and using air and water to form a channel below him to slide along onto the roof of the facing building. Lightning flash and the explosion of a spire a few building away was covered by the thunder that made Tibbs's ears ring. He laughed as he landed on the roof and rolled to his feet. He'd done it. Had gotten the coins, destroyed the contract, and only had 2 holes in his armor out of it. He straightened at the sound of swords being pulled out of the scabbard. Right, the roof had guards. He turned to the sound of another sword being drawn, and another. Instead of the 1 or 2 he'd expected, 7 stood in the lantern's faint light, moving into the darkness to surround him. They all looked angry. Well, he'd just broken out of a building they were supposed to be protecting, so they had reason to be angry at him. He grinned. Metal swords, and me without a weapon. This should be... The air crackled around him as 2 guards ran in his direction. He frowned at his hand as a burst of lightning jumped between his fingers and to the raindrops. Metal didn't make lightning, did it? Tibbs exploded with light, and the thunder was so loud it left utter silence in its wake. And that concludes chapter 56 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story as well the other 2 before, they are up on Royal Road for free. If you want to read ahead of that and support me, that is on my Patreon, where it is about 20 chapters ahead. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Battle station. Everyone. Battle station. We have 52 allies. We are going up against 59 enemies. And we are off with Supernova in the lead. Tyran is... Did I get any of the chest? Or did somebody steal my kills? Well, it went too fast. I didn't see them pass. Anyway, Terran's now in first place. Beck is in second. Gator Paws takes over second. Becca Stinks takes over first. Bex is in second. Gator was in third. Terran takes third again. And we are down to, what, a few enemies? Yep, 4 of them. Becca's in first. Bex is in second. Tammy is in third. And we're done. We have 1 and nope. Okay, well. Actually, yes. Somebody sniped my chest. Who is it? Come on. Speak up. I won't be too nasty about it. Becca Stinks is in first place, 19 kill. And annoyingly, well, the odds are I wasn't the only one with a Shinobi, but Becca Stinks is in first place, 19 kill, 7 assists. Bex is in second place, 2 kill, 12 assists, and Tammy Cutie is in third, 6 kills, 7 assists. We have gold. Do we have the lady? How about a Onatikun? Bluer, there you are. You get gold. Then Musketeer, well, that is Bluer's backup, so they cannot get it. Oh, Lego Head. Lego Head. Do we have the Master of Lego with us? Darth, are you there? No, Darth is not there. I guess he's too busy playing with his Legos. So, Woozler gets the Lego Head. Sigma OS, the Musketeers. And we move on to a mystery battle before the skin chest. Still need to kill a support unit. Let's see what this gives me. Oh, wait, there's a support right here. There's another one up there. Can I? Yeah, if I do that, though, I'll probably go here. So I am going for this guy here. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And alright, nobody, no comments, nothing from anyone. So, wait, I need to deal with something here. You are lurking, Supernova. Very cool. Thank you very much for the lurk. I hope you are having a good day. And I will start on the next chapter. So I am confirming the microphone is on. I am turning off the desktop audio. I am confirming I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I'm glad the baby has been happier. I am starting the recording and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 57 of Breaking Step. Motes of Light's filled Tibbs' sight, and his heart slowed. No, small lightnings. He blinked to clear them, trying to understand what happened. You are here! The word exploded like thunder within the lightning. The first on his left, the next on his right, and the last above him. I am glad! I didn't think you would few find me. The volume lowered, which eat words until they no longer hurt, but they still had the strength, the thunder's strength, and moved around with each one. It was as if a crowd with the same voice hid within the lightning, and a random person spoke each word. Or, Tibbs realized, you're an element. Yes! This time the word boomed too loudly. So loudly, Tibbs was shoved back. He kept blinking, knowing it wouldn't help. These weren't spots looking at the sun and then away caused. They were the element. You're lightning. You're lightning? Of course. You came to me, did you not, child of human? Not, he rubbed his temple. Could he have been an element? Laughter boomed all around him. It has been a time since one came to me unplanned. He remembered Mama's warning, given to him as the sky turned gray and the wind picked up. And they hurried to their shelter. Never stayed out in the storm. Seek a low building, hide under lest it take you away from me. His heart tightened. Why did she leave him? Why did she have to be taken from him so early? He wasn't ready for the world. What other lessons could she have given him? It will pass, the voice said with a gentleness that carried as the word danced around. Nothing lasts. That doesn't help, Tibbs replied bitterly. What do you want? To move, to dance, to flit and be. Tibbs shook his head, took a breath, and ignored he wasn't breathing. There was no air here, only lightning. That sounds like what air does. I thought you were all different. Air is everywhere, and ever changing, ever moving, never fixed. The pause was filled with a crackling Tibbs could imagine was laughter. I am here, and here, and here. I stay, I go. The word jumped around, and Tibbs gave up understanding what he meant. The elements weren't people, so he couldn't expect them to act or think like he did. So, this was an audience. How he'd gotten here, that didn't matter at the moment. The goal of his audience was to get the shadow of the element. It would be within lightning, which was all around him. It is here. The word had such joy in them as they bounced. Tibbs smiled. He looked around, and it didn't help. All he saw were the sparkles of lightning. He reached for some of the darkness. Darkness was the wrong word in his ever-lit place, the lesser brightness that followed the flashes. One of them might be the shadow. His hand closed over nothing. Lightning didn't laugh. Tibbs wasn't even sure he watched. There was something of the stretching silence that made him think the element was no longer aware he was there. But that couldn't be right. Tibbs was inside. Lightning had to know about it, since this was him being ignored? That didn't feel right. The element was distracted? What could distract him from what was within him? Lightning chuckled, the sound dancing around and causing bursts of light and following lesser light. Tibbs tried to follow them, but they were too quick. One close, the other far, ahead or back, up or down, left or right. There had to be something, a pattern that would let him work out where the voice would be, where lightning would be. For that, Tibbs needed to get him talking. The only question that came to him was the one he didn't think he had time for. How did I get here? The way all come to me. Up, left, right, up, down, behind. But not exactly. This wasn't a puzzle with only a few set moves. He had all around Tibbs to move in. But I wasn't having strong emotions. I was amused by the guards surrounding me. I was curious how their metal weapons would work while I was suffused. Then I was puzzled by the lightning on my fingers and their light. So much light he couldn't breathe. So much the pain only registered as the thought he swallowed. There had been too much for him to register the terror he felt. You feel strongly, child of human. I was there, you came here. I was there, and you came. How was he supposed to work out some patterns when the words were never exactly in the same location? Okay, how were you there? There is lightning in the clouds, but it wasn't hitting. It wasn't. It was dancing over my hand. Does metal make lightning? Laughter, sliding around him this time the way he thought he could, though in a way he thought he could follow, only for it to jump when he set his gaze on where he would have been next. This wasn't working. Metal and I have a kinship, the way air and earth dislike each other. Tip stilled himself. He needed a different tactic. That doesn't make sense. Not liking someone isn't the same as having a kinship. Is it not? Metal and I are touched, as air and metal are. Connections at the same are the same in that they are. The flavor of them does not make them false. Trying to understand lightning was more of a distraction from what he needed to do than letting him learn anything. Then that connection lets metal make lightning? Laughter again. Metal cannot make me any more than I make earth, corruption, light. But there is light. Tibbs motioned around him. No, there is only me. Tibbs sensed, and lightning was right. There was no light essence anywhere here. So how was it so bright? Was that lightning created another kind of light? The way cold came about differently depending on the element? Can something act like an element but not be that element? Everything is. Everything is either of us or from us. We make it, or it echoes from what we make. Tibbs reached for a flash, knowing it was a waste of time, but at a loss for what else to do. The kinship we share makes the rest. Tibbs stopped in the process of reaching for another one. What was he doing? All he do was make himself out of breath with all this moving around. He groaned. He'd done it again. He was treating this place the same as the world he came from, acted like he had a body when all he was essence. You do like remaining locked in the way you think. Lightning mused. You are, then are not, and yet you act as you will always be. He meant all of them. People, Tibbs realized. Tibbs pushed himself away from himself, attentive to any attempt by lightning to move away. He didn't. There is no away, lightning said, the words moving within Tibbs, too fast to get a sense of the accompanying flash, but the further he spread, the more the voice remained within him. He made out nuances. Not every flash was there, then completely gone. Some slid from one location to the other instead. It happened so fast that even when it was within him, all he perceived was the faint trail that the slide left behind. Lightning didn't so much flash and gather more of himself for a word than was elsewhere, as if he caught his breath before each word in place. It only paused for it, then moved again. Could he stop at all? If Tibbs forced him to ponder something, would he stay still long enough for him to make out the shadow? Can you stop moving? Tibbs asked. Can a human stop breathing? Can you stop eating? Can you stop being? For a little while. Well, I don't know about being. I think that happens when we die. So can I. And the words are how long you can stop, isn't it? It is. So this isn't you testing me to be sure I deserve the shadow. This is you being? You deserve what comes by achieving it. We do not test the way the world exists in your mind. We do not seek for you to fail or succeed. We seek for you to understand. Understand you, me, us, you, all. The impression he got from lightning was very much like what had moved over his hand. The impression he got from lightning was very much like what had moved over his hand. Oh, okay. Strands in all direction from a trunk that jumped from place to place. Within that trunk, the intensity varied, causing the impression of shadows among it. Except that one of them moved along a trunk instead of changing intensity. It was carried along as lightning moved. Tibbs formed his essence around that region, making himself dense as he moved along with it until it melted within him. His core reserve grew, although he could no longer tell by how much. A new reserve formed between air and purity, crackling with lightning. So that's all there is? Tibbs asked. Me, understanding what you are so I can get the shadow? Nothing is all there is. Everything is. It all moves, even once it stops. That What else did he expect? Lightning was an element. He couldn't hope to understand everything about it. I guess that's it then. I can go back. Tibbs staggered, nearly slipped on the wet roof. His legs shook from the need to move, to run. He giggled, lifting his face to the falling rain. There was so much to do. What could he do? What he could do, that he could do? Where to start? Here? No. There? No, of course not. Why bother with standing here or there? He should start both and all the others. No. Oh, he could do so much now, and he would never stop. Do, and do some more. A woman groaned. His gaze flitted about from one thing to the next. A person, a lantern, a sword, something burned, a shield, another person, a shard of glass, shard of pottery. Too much for him to understand what it meant. Not that any of that mattered. He had too much to do. He needed more, and he needed to move and stop. The mental command he gave himself triggered such horror it nearly sent him running. He couldn't stop. To stop was to end. He had to move, always move, and do. How could he be thinking of stopping? Tibbs kept himself in place, focused on the sound of the rain hitting the roof to fight the ever-growing terror. It wasn't the element, and he realized he was suffused with lightning. How? It had been metal before, not important right now, since that was the problem. The solution was simply to let go. He dropped to his knees, panting. He felt like he'd run the city's roof from one end to the other, even if he was still exactly where he'd been struck. The roof was charred around him in a pattern that matched that of lightning, never seeming to shift as water flowed over it. 7 bodies sprawled around him, singed and burned. 3 were dead, their essence gone. The others were hurt, but their essence fully there and not leaking away. Not dying, and no injuries that would cause them to die. But there was something to their essence. Anytime someone's essence was the usual thin sense of them wasn't. Anytime someone's essence wasn't the usual thin sense of them, it indicated they were injured. It broke with the bone, leaked out when the injury bled. Even inside them, poison corrupted it. This was none of those. He'd never encountered this before. He applied purity, only to have it come undone when it touched a changed essence, as if a jagged knife shook quickly, and a thin... Wait, what? Shook quickly, and a thick fabric. Quickly and tore a thin fabric as it touched the teeth, or like dancing lightning within the essence. Tore. Really? Oh no, okay. Tearing. The charred marks spread from where he'd stood to each of the broken items and person. However it had happened, lightning had struck him and spread through the roof and to the people. It had hurt him, caused pain. It could do damage. He looked at one of the body without essence. Lightning could kill. Mama had been right to warn him away from storms. Light flashed, and thunder almost covered the sound of the crashing stone. It came from the side. So it wasn't the brokerage that had been hit. He smoothed the jittering within the 4's essence as best as he could. This was all he could do. Short of waking them, and he wasn't risking that, their sense of duty might be greater than any gratitude they felt, if they even believed Tibbs had healed them. He ran, the rain quickly stealing the roof from... I don't need that roof. The roof from his view and his sense, unless he focused there. He sensed the destroyed building, jumped over it, making disc out of rain as stepping stone. Exhaustion caught up with him faster than he expected, for far longer after it should, considering how he'd felt on letting go of lightning. He slipped into an unoccupied room, dried himself, and sat at a desk. He considered suffusing himself with purity, but the act of being still, of not doing much, after the need to move that came with lightning, felt nice. He untied the bag from his belt, surprised at how it still looked and felt mostly empty. The slight bulge could be from it being folded in on itself. He reached in, then deeper, groping around. His shoulder was in the bag's mouth, and still he felt nothing. If not for Archer's warning, he might have put his head in to see where it all was. He didn't have that problem with his hiding place, or Jackal's with his pouch. All they had to do was reach in, and what he wanted was there. Except this time, he'd reached in wanting nothing. He'd expected to feel the coins and papers and pull that out. He envisioned a stack of paper where there had been writing. They were bound by a leather strap. He reached in and his finger touched paper. He unclasped the leather and spread them on the desk. They were fine, although the bag, along with his clothing and armor, was singed. The papers were the same size, two of his hands side by side high, and three of them wide. The words were in letters he recognized, but arranged into words that meant nothing to him. 3 lines of them in the center of the paper. The edge of the paper had decorative loops, knots, and flowing lines. At the top, 2 words with the sense of being a name in the way the first letter of each was taller. Karina hadn't been able to explain why the first letter of people's name was written taller. One of those, it's just how it's done, she said. There were too many of them for Tibbs's liking. At the bottom of the paper, 4 lines of smaller text, almost too small to make the words out. The page below had the same words in the same place. Even the decoration around the page was the same. The one below was also the same. As far as he could tell, they all were. The 2 and 7 pages in the stack. How and why this had been done baffled him. There was no weave in the paper, although he didn't know if magic would leave something behind to indicate it had been used to make identical copies. What did anyone need with many of the same pages for? He pulled every stack from the bag and lined them on the desk, 2 and 2 of them. Some were less thick, some thicker. The name at the top was the same for each stack, as were the words from the small text at the bottom, and the top 2 lines in the center. The third varied between bundles, but was always the same within it. He had 5 variations of that line, and no idea what that could mean. These weren't contracts. Darren had written one for him and the merchant, as well as the one between Dawn and the corruption sorcerer. Contracts were lines after lines after lines of words explaining every detail until Tibbs had wanted to gouge his eyes out. So what were they? They had been in a safe with coins and metal bars of the same material, all valuable things. So these had to be 2. The only person he had who might know was Archer. But Tibbs didn't trust him to tell him the truth. But did Tibbs trust him to tell him the truth about it? He didn't trust the man at all. He placed one of each variation in the bag, then added the thinnest and thickest one. He figured it would seem odd that there had been one of each exactly. The others he put in his hiding place, starting with the thicker and continuing, figuring he'd put what didn't fit back in the bag. Only they all fit. Stowe had warned him he couldn't hold as much as Jackal's pouch. Punch. And only smaller things. He added a bar of each of the metal, and they fit too. Maybe he should test just how much it could hold once he was back in Craggle Rock, and after he showed them to Darren. Whatever Archer said, the merchant would tell him the truth. He couldn't even ask how Tibb had acquired them, not that he'd care about them being stolen. Water trailed on the floor of the tavern as Tibbs hurried to the stair. Once in the room and the door closed, he dried himself and dropped the bag before the Archer. What? The man looked him over. Happened. Tibbs looked at himself. Right, everything was singed. Things didn't go according to plan, but I'm okay. He dropped onto his pallet. I wouldn't do that, he said as Archer grabbed the singed bag. By the bottom, there are a lot of coins in there. He weighed the bag in his hand. How much? Tibbs shrugged. The room you sent me had a safe taller than I am and wider. He emptied it. I emptied it in there. Archer opened it and put his arm in to the elbow and came out with a handful of coins. He dropped them in, and with a whistle, he dropped it in with a whistle and pulled one of the bars out. How many are these? I didn't count them. What are they? They're a way to carry more coins than the equivalent weight. Than their equivalent weight in them. Did you take some? He asked, glancing at Tibbs as he put the bar back in. The deal was you get the coins and I get to not have to deal with the assassins anymore. It wasn't like Archer would know about the bars he kept. The man nodded and pulled out a stack of paper. Tibbs kept from reacting at the ease he did it with. He couldn't have known they were in there, and it had taken Tibbs work to get one. The surprise on the man's face confirmed that. What are they? Archer's gaze flicked to Tibbs, then back to the stack. Didn't you check them? I don't know those words. The man nodded. They're just accounts for what they've accumulated. Tibbs didn't need the glow to tell him that was a lie. Ledgers didn't look like that. Did you deal with the contracts or just the coins? I burned them. How did you know which ones to burn if you couldn't read them? I burned everything in the safe that were in that room. Archer stared at him. All of them? Is the building even still standing? It's stone, Tibbs replied flatly. And there's a lot of fire essence in the weave protecting it. I don't think it can burn. I just burned what was in the safe. Metal got hot, but nothing outside of them caught fire. He stretched. I'm going to sleep. The sound of coins knocking against each other accompanied his descent into darkness. Did you hear? Sonia asked, placing the bowl of stew and tankard before Tibbs and Archer. Someone tried to rob the brokerage. Tibbs had wanted to leave as soon as he woke, but Archer told him the person with the letter was on their way. So he had to remain. Isn't there always one? Archer replied before digging into his food. But this one nearly got away. They say he made it to the roof before the guards caught up and killed him. Good for them, he said dismissively, and Sonia returned to the bar. Tibbs considered the lightning strike, the burn left behind, and the state of the surviving guards. I guess it makes sense they think I'm dead. Archer looked up from his bowl, but Tibbs didn't elaborate. The archer didn't need to know about his audience. He just hoped the roof wouldn't be visited by someone with lightning as their element and sensed the closeness to the element there. At least it wasn't yet another place like that in Craggle Rock. They're saying that so no one will think they were robbed. They can't have anyone thinking it's possible to steal from them. Tibbs chuckled. I don't think that's why they're saying that. Why? This time the tone said Archer wouldn't take a non-answer. Hopefully he wouldn't work out more than what Tibbs said. I was hit by lightning. You what? He snapped his mouth shut as others glanced in their direction. The guards were still unconscious when I left. Archer leaned in and lowered his voice. How did you survive? Magic. The archer opened his mouth only to close it and look at Tibbs with a lot of respect and a little bit of fear. He stayed quiet as he ate. The letter was placed on a table by a man with a tube slung across his back. Archer handed him a token and he left. The man pushed it to Tibbs, who opened it and couldn't read the words. Is this the only letter like this? He asked. Yes. No light. You don't have another one hidden somewhere that says the same thing in different ways? No, Tibbs, I don't. I said this was it. I'm a man of my word. No light on any of them. He had to be content with that, since he couldn't know if the archer would change his mind one day. He stood. Then we're done. Tibbs, the man called as Tibbs walked away. He looked over his shoulder. Archer hesitated, then shook his head. captives left the tavern and went home. And this concludes chapter 57 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story as well as the other two before it, they are up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of what's Royal Road and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon. We are about 20 chapters ahead there. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the note, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Anthony, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? I greeted you and asked how you were doing today, Anthony. I am doing well myself. Chapters are a little long this morning, so things are running rather tight. Okay, that is done. Actually, I should. Your travel destroyed your hype to write. I am sorry to hear that. I hope you are able to rebuild it or find something else that interests you and write that. I will say, and this is not a comment on what you need to do, but one thing to keep in mind if you are writing to publish is that only waiting until you feel like writing is not a way to make that happen. You know, if the goal is to, earn a living with this, do this professionally or close to that, learning to keep writing even when we don't feel like it is something that we have to master. I had to do it. Everybody does. Everybody who seek to earn a living. Like if you're purely writing for the pleasure of it, this is irrelevant. You write when you feel like it, when you're motivated, and that works fine. As I said, this is if your goal is publishing, if your goal is to, earn, if the why you are writing is publishing and making money. If that is incidental to why you are writing, then how you go about it is not a problem. All right, we're going to have an advertising StreamYard battle, and I will be right back. Battle Station, everyone. Why is that there? Come on, go away. There we go. Battle Station. We have 49 allies. We are going up against 56 enemy. Alrighty. Stay Faded is in first place. Salazar takes that over. Stay Faded takes it back. Crispy Prop is in third. Did I? Okay, I killed stuff. I just don't know if I killed my my support unit needed for the quest. Faded is in first. Salazar is in second. Crispy Prop is in third. Yellow Fairy killed one of the epic, and the other one's about to die at the end of Becca Stinks. And, oh good, I'm done with my quest. We have won! Stay Faded is in first place, 3 kill, 11 assist. Salazar is in second place, 6 kill, 5 assist. And Becca Stinks is in third, 3 kill, 10 assist. We have gold. Do we have the lady? Do we have an Onati-kun? How about a bluer Swede? There's bluer. More gold, and because of that, no musketeer. We have a fairy. Do we have a Catsby at this hour? We do not. So, Yellow Fairy gets the musketeer, and Nemours gets the fairy. And we move on to a skin chest before the boss. Alright, need to clear the quest. Which puts me on singles. And that means my Lancer. Wait. No, that's still a skin chest. Really? With 1, 2, 3, 4 enemies? Like, what are these? Gimmies? Like, you know, did we fare so poorly in the previous battles the game doesn't think we can handle 2 level 20 minions and level 20 giants? Like, really? Oh well, we'll find out in half an hour how that goes. And I will be back after this. All right. Wait, did I do this or not? Yes, I did. All right. So I will start the next chapter. Fortunately, this one is on the shorter side. I am confirming the microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. If you want to support me, that is, on my Patreon. Today, we are doing something different, special. Yeah. Um, Despite the image, this is not feeling the way. We are going to be doing Wolfgang's story. Uh, Chapter 1, for lack of a better identifier. This is... I don't know that this is going to be a story. This is going to be occasional to the extreme, as it is primarily an excuse to explore Wyatt's brother, Wolfgang, who he is, how he lives, and things like that. It's also something I decided to try and write differently, using third-person omniscient, because it's a mode that I really do not care for and am not comfortable with. I figure I would try. I don't think I'm doing a very good job of it, but that's irrelevant. So, with this, we are starting Wolfgang's story, Chapter 1. The bar had been chosen because no one would care if it suddenly was no longer there, no longer standing. It was the type of place that catered to the less savory member of society. The owner took the money without asking question and served the drinks. The cook offered 2 meals, fish and chip and tuna sandwich. Insisting on anything else was tantamount to insulting his mother. The last person to have done that had never been seen again. The patrons, of which today unexpectedly filled the front room, were not the sort the owner was used to, and if not for the large amount of money he had been paid, he would have done something he'd never believed he'd ever do. He'd have called the police. The 24 of them were dressed in a variety of athletic attire, from gym short yoga pants to one of them wearing something that reminded the owner of the pajamas his late wife had bought their son when he was only 10. It was a gi, and the 2 stripes on the black belt marked him as very good. They had arrived in the last hour, the first arriving 15 minutes after the owner had been paid, and they were relaxing, talking, exchanging stories. Some knew each other, as far as the owner could determine, might even be friends, if none arrived together. They were rivals, but in the level of martial art they fought when even rivals developed respect and something that could look like friendship from the outside. After all, beating the crap out of each other for the chance to claim the title of being the best led to the forming of bonds that defied description. The relaxed and almost jovial mood of the front room changed once the entrance door was done creaking open and revealed the man standing in its doorway. The owner headed for the kitchen and locked the door. He hadn't been told what was planned, but one look at the new arrival said he didn't want to be anywhere near it when it started. It was the gray eyes, he decided, along with the slow-forming grin exposing a predator's teeth and exposing predator's teeth. That there had been violent eagerness in them, and because the owner was accustomed to violent people, he recognized utter destruction when he saw it. The man was a tiger, at least by his fur. In his spirit, his soul, for those who believed in that, he didn't. He knew he was something beyond common kin. He was a beast. Its shagginess spoke of his Siberian heritage from his mother's side. The cold gray eyes that looked over this man standing and readying themselves for what was about to start, he got from his great-great-grandfather. A detail of pride for him, as he was the only man in his family, in the whole of the vaunted society, who had had the guts to stand up to the great church and the strength to kick them in the balls so hard they left Greater San Francisco and never came back. As the grin finished forming, he made fists that caused his knuckle to crack. This is gonna be fun. He ran at them, throwing himself into the dash to kick in his power, his ability. He, unlike the man who had been paid to take him on, was of the magical breed. Unlike many outside his family, his ability wasn't of the flashy kind. He didn't mind. His ability was of the effective kind, and That was more important to him. Wolfgang Orr rated being efficient second to only to having a good fucking time. The jab came at him and he dodged it. The 3-step the man had taken to ready himself had told Wolfgang all he needed to know. The man was a boxer. He was going to feint with a jab from the left, hoping to score an uppercut with the right. It was a gift from his father, Aaron. He planted his fist in the man's stomach. Hard enough, he lifted him off the floor. That was a gift from Arnold, another of his fathers, along with his own building stamina. The punch in the face sent the man crashing against the wall. Two came at him in concert, kickboxers, helping each other score hits by forcing him to block the worst of them. Wolfgang kept moving. He couldn't stop. Kept moving. He couldn't stop or even slow. Not that he intended to. His ability required that he keep pushing. That he keep pushing. For the endurance to build, for his strength to grow. Fighting insects were how he loved making use of his ability. He grabbed a leg, twisted, and he used that man to club the other. Then let go as someone impacted with him. They fell and he twisted, landing on a knee, landing a knee in the man's crotch before they were on the floor. Then he kicked himself off as he swung his leg to launch himself into a handstand that put him back on his feet. That one was a gift from his only cousin. Wolfgang didn't have much use for grace and lightness on his feet, but it sure made getting back up easier. He ran at the men in the gi, then sidestepped the attack until one somehow made it through unbalancing him, but not taking him off his feet. So his cousin's gift did come in handy more often than he would admit. Wolfgang grinned and threw himself at the karate expert. The style had a name, they all did, but he never bothered learning them. He didn't need to know what they were called to understand them and beat them. Aaron's gift gave him that. It also let him respond in kind, absorbing and understanding the moves as he saw them. His punch had nothing refined about it. He broke the man's muzzle as it sent him to the floor hard. The beasts had no use for refinement when they had brute strength. The kick tried to take him off his feet. Okay, fine. Thanks, cuz. Mixed martial art registered in the chaotic motion. As he righted himself, he blocked, dodged, and took hits, none of which bothered him. With Arnold's strength had come toughness. His father was just about the toughest bastard Wolfgang knew. Him and Aaron were who he respected the most because they were the only ones who could still beat him in a fight. It wasn't a fair fight. It never was. Orrs didn't fight fair. Wolfgang grabbed the table and smashed it onto the man. Especially on the man, stilling the others, but not him. He struck two before they regained their senses. Well, except those two. Grabbed the head and had it meet his knee before more went on the offensive and forced him to fight harder, ever harder, with a grin on his face as his fist impacted head, chest, side, and once crotch. His knee and feet found those more often. Then, far too soon as far as Wolfgang was concerned, always too soon, he was the only one left standing. Only one table was intact, although it was on its side, 3 chairs scattered among the remains of the furniture and the groaning and moaning men, those who were still conscious. He walked over them as he headed for the bar. He didn't kick them. Wolfgang wasn't above kicking men who were down, but these hadn't done anything to deserve it. And that, the tiger in jeans, t-shirt, and leather jacket said to the dozen men standing in the side room pointing at the result of the fight, is what I want to see when I tell you to take down a room. I don't want questions. I don't want you pointing out there are other ways to get the job done. I want you to go in there and beat the crap out of everyone there, stopping only short of killing them. Am I clear? Wolfgang took a bottle among those on the wall, took off the cap and smelled it. It was strong, so he drank half of it as his father walked to the bar, leaving the man to discuss what they'd witnessed among them. Without exception, they had military bearing. You didn't kill any of them, right? Aaron asked, taking the glass from Wolfgang handed him. His son shrugged. If they didn't survive the hits, that's on them, not being tough enough. Thanks for this. Tiger nodded to the massacre. Each new batch I hired seemed to think we're some sort of kindergarten class or something. Hey, you promised me a good fight, and you delivered. He topped off his father's glass before swigging from the bottle. But unless you want me to kick their ass so they know they aren't the best, I got to bail. Got that delivery to pick up before someone gets the bright idea to steal from us. You be careful. The cartel don't play nice. Wolfgang looked at his father. You're getting old if that bothers you. I'm going to be fucking care if my son gets himself hurt while he's learning the ropes, and I'm stuck trying to train some unqualified asshole to run the gangs feeling. I'm allowed because I'm not dealing with that on top of these guys again. Yeah, old man. They try anything and I'll kick their asses. Do not infuriate them into starting something, Wolf. We need their connection. You should send me down there and make connection of our own. The day we decide to declare war on Mexico, you'll be the first to know. He gave his father the finger and left. As soon as he stepped outside, a woman fell in step with him. She was a massive specimen of a cougar, dressed in an impeccable suit that contrasted so much with the tiger's disheveled appearance, one might think she was there to protest his existence. Had fun? She asked. Until I had to deal with my dad. I swear, if he doesn't start trusting me to run things, I'm just going to kick all their asses and take over the whole fucking thing. She chuckled. Ah, yes, you, at the head of a corporation, spending your days at a desk negotiating with the other magical faction or politician or businessman. I can see it so clearly. He snorted, negotiating my balls. I tell them how it goes, and if they aren't happy about it, they're welcome to suck my cock instead. And that would engender such confidence in the name of the oars. Hey, who fucking cares about confidence? It's respect I care about. And fear is so good at engendering that feeling. He opened the Jeep's passenger door for her. You do remember I can kick your ass, right, Bridget? She patted his cheek. But what's the point when you aren't going to fuck it? If only you were a tigress, Bridge. If only. He closed the door once she was seated, then sat behind the wheel and drove off. And that concludes part 1 of Wolfgang's story. If you are enjoying that, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, definitely subscribe. If you want to read this as well as what I've already written, well, that is on my Patreon. This is exclusive to Patreon for now. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Andre, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? It is Andre, isn't it? Or is it supposed to be Andrew? Because the W, I keep, something tells, I have this sense that it is Andre because I sort of thought it was Andrew and you corrected me, but the way my mind works, I'm not sure. All right, so I need to go back. Let's do it this way. To here. Did I do both? Yes, I did. Okay. So then I need to come here. Eh. This is Wolfgang. Welcome back, Andre. How are you doing today? What is keeping you busy? How is the day treating you? You was lightning, you fire. Okay. Was your birthday? Oh, happy birthday. I hope you are enjoying it. These two. You were lazy all day. Well, that's very cool. Yeah. As with most celebration, I don't celebrate my birthday. It's like, you know, I don't even take it off. Like, to me, it's just a day like any other. And yeah. All right, these are done. That is there. So we're doing this. That is, oh yeah, I need to do this just to make sure I don't have an error next week. Today you're hoping to be lazy again, but it doesn't look like it will happen. Why not? Why does it not look like it will happen? Make some food you had been craving. Oh, very nice. You have responsibilities. Oh, those are annoying, aren't they? Yeah, I know. I know how that goes. You might procrastinate. All right. We're going to have advertising, Streamer the Battle, and I'll be right back. Battle Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 70 allies. We are going up against 4 enemies. I'm sorry, but game, please ramp up the difficulty a little bit. Q is in first place, Jam Jam is in second, Faded is in third, and Faded killed one of the epic. We are heading for the other one, and Tyran kills the other epic, and we're done. That was quick. Q is Creates is in first place with 7 assists. Jam Jam is in second place with 5 assists. Gator Paws and Stay Faded are tied in third, 1 kill, 3 assists. We have gold twice. Do we have the lady? Do we have an Onati-kun? Bluer? There's Bluer. Gets more gold. Then we have Shinobis and Berserkers that no one is currently claiming. Nemouge, you get gold. Supernova, Venus Light, you get Berserkers, and Becca Stinks gets the Shinobis. And we move on to the boss. Where being still on singles makes this my Lego head. Okay, that's a little better, but not particularly impressive. But, in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. All right, and I will do another read and correct. Bluer's book. Well, the one he likes, and I've just seen Bluer in the chat, so I will update their clock. Alrighty, I am confirming the microphone is on. Forgot to turn off the stop audio, so that's still off. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I'm starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kendar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 29 of The World Which Is, which starts part 5 of the story. Welcome to Toronto, Herbert announces as the road breaks out of the trees and fields of wheat open up before us. A lot of fields. There's a rough circle around Court, 2 kilometers, that's all farms. Here, it goes as far as the eye can see. Where the horizon is filled with trees back home, this is filled with golden stalk. How many people are in Toronto? I ask in awe. Court has a few thousands. System if I know, he replies with a chuckle. And they need all of this? Most of this has to be for trade. Back home, farmers keep some for themselves to sell at the market. I don't know how much. That's never been an aspect I cared about. I guess they do. If you're impressed, Daz says, saddling up to us, you need to take a tour around the periphery of the city. Really see how many of these there are. You mean there's more of them? He laughs. A lot more. We're at least 5K from Toronto proper, and it's like this all the way around it. All around it. 5 kilometers of farm around the entire city? I can't keep the awe out of my voice. On land at least, Sasha says. No, George joins us. On the water too. There are hydroponic fields for some of the hardier vegetables. I didn't know you could grow them on water. He laughs. I figure that what you don't know about growing food is vast. I nod. then realize the others have joined us instead of walking along the carts. We're within Toronto's civilized zone now, Herbert says. Been in it for a while, actually, Max adds. But this close, the chances of monsters appearing are basically nil. Unless Chuck's involved, Daz comments, and I look at Herbert for an explanation. Chuck is, he searches for a while, bad luck, in a way, when it comes to monsters. Or amazing luck, Daz adds if you look at it the right way. Herbert nods. Chuck draws them closer somehow. No one knows why. When I asked him, he said he didn't either. But do you believe him? Max asks. I do, Daz says, then he gives the archer a pointed look when he opens his mouth to comment. However you look at it, Herbert says, what happens is that his caravan is attacked by monsters disproportionately more often than any others. We haven't gone one back and forth on any trip since I've been here, Sasha says, without an attack like the one we had. But we were in the wilds, I point out. Those will happen. We're never in the true wild on a road, Herbert says. Its simple existence reduces the wilderness on each side enough that what should poke its muzzle out of the tree shouldn't be tougher than that level 3 or 4 Stoker. Then a level 3 or 4 Stoker, and not in the numbers we had to fight. But they came from deeper. We heard the trees fall, saw the path they made. Even with the road, the wilds are going to be higher there, right? Yes, but they should stay there. Monsters don't travel out of their zones. Unless Chuck's involved, Max says. No, I say. Court is attacked by monsters at least twice a year. Those are different, Herbert says. There are monster waves. They exist to attack settlements. They grow along with it until it's a city. Then they go away. Cities have enough problems internally without needing the extra stress of being attacked, George comments. So because of Chuck, monsters get pulled to the caravan. I look down the length of it. Why are there so many carts then? I think that word would spread and no one would want to risk it. With risks comes reward, Daz says. Or long stay in jail, Sasha adds. No jail in the wild, that's the beauty of them, the sneak replies with a smirk. And faster skill gain, Max says. So Chuck's caravan draws a lot of people looking to fight. Guards are never a problem, and because of that, merchants are willing to travel with us. Not to say of the deal Chuck has with them, George says. They get to keep part of what they harvest from our kill. Our kills? Ellen says. When have you ever joined in? I join in spirit, George replies. I keep joined by keeping your bellies full and morale high. Morale high. But yes, they get to keep some of the spoil just for harvesting them, Herbert says. Oh, why do you say harvesting? They just access their inventory and take what's there, right? They haven't gone over harvesting as part of your class yet? Your classes yet? Herbert asks. You were going to be a guard, right? They don't start us on guard-related stuff until we have the class. Okay. Then after you've emptied the inventory, you can get more if you butcher the corpse. It's mostly extra meat, hide, bones, but those with high enough skill have been known to pull the unexpected gems or precious ring or something small like that, but valuable. How does a ring end up as part of any kind of reward for killing a monster? I ask, perplexed. The system puts it there, Max answered. Answers, brains. And I'm realizing that I'm going to have to change something in the early chapters because I believe Dennis comes across a ring on one of the monsters. Either I need to remove it or alter it. You know, it's a monster wave, so yeah. But yeah, I'm probably going to remove it. I didn't do anything with the damn thing, so yeah. The system puts it there, Max answers. Or they ate someone who had it, Ellen adds. No way, the archer says. No one goes in the wilds wearing something that valuable. The system throws that in as an incentive to get people to risk their lives and to get them to spend their points on the skill. That implies the system wants something, Ellen replies. It doesn't want anything, it's just there. I'm just saying, how about we stop the religious talk before it gets to blows? Herbert warns. Sorry, boss, Max says, and Ellen smirks. There are groups of people who think the system came here for a reason. What that reason is varies from group to group. Grandpa Lewis says that most of them started on the day the system appeared, and that they were usually those where things weren't going well for the. They were usually those where things weren't going well for before. What? Okay. Grandpa Lewis says that most of them started on the day the system appeared, and that they were those people whose lives weren't going well before that. There we go. All right, let's try this again. Grandpa Lewis says that most of them started on the day the system appeared, and that they were those people whose lives weren't going well. Weren't going well before that. They saw the system as their answer, as the answer to their prayer, as the answer to their prayer that God hadn't bothered. Okay. Answer. Okay, let's see if I can. They saw the system as the answer to their prayer that God hadn't bothered with. He had to deal with a group like that. It's how he ended up as a commander with a gun to his head, was the way he described it. When they started showing up in court, he wanted them kicked out, but the mayor said Canada was built on inclusion and she wouldn't start going against that. That was before I was born. We've had a few mayors since. After one group tried to take over Bays because they saw him as the voice of the system, tolerance for those kind of groups dropped in court. Again, before I was born. Nowadays, there are a handful of them, but they're the quiet types. They get together on the 9th of June every year and hold a celebration to remember the arrival, but beyond that, it's easy to forget they are around. They're around. So if I want that extra stuff, I want to get butchering as a skill. Yes. If you're going to be a generalist, Herbert says, get cryptology. Daz add, knowing what you're dealing with can give you your skill a boost, but that's only if you're going to be wandering around a lot, he says, grinning at me, and won't always be encountering the same kind of creatures. I make mental notes to get them, just for the extra meat, if it's worth it. All right. Let's get back to the rounds. Herbert says, and the others complain. We're in the city zone. Nothing's gonna happen, is the gist of it. Then you get to explain yourself to Chuck directly when bandits burst out of the field and you aren't ready to deal with them. That silences them. And sets up, and that silences them and sets up on what, and they set up. Oh, okay, no, that doesn't. That silences them, and you know what? Sends them, and they go on to walking along the carts in pairs again. The sun is 2 hand span over the horizon, if I look to the side of the Toronto skyline, when I smell something and wrinkle my nose. Told you you'd smell the caravan market before you saw it, Herbert says with a chuckle. You said it was on the other side of the city. That's the west market. This is the east one. Feels like this needs to be capitalized. The road went from packed dirt to cobbled around noon. The farms were a mix of grain and vegetables, and they all had people working them. When one ended, okay, then one ended, and instead of a different field, it opened Oh, okay. To a different field of vegetable. Okay. Yeah, actually, this goes back to present because this is happening now. Then the field ends, and instead of a different one, come back here. Where the hell? What did happen to my cursor? One, it opens to a field of tents and wooden building. You're going to want to watch where you step. Herbert warns me as at the front, Chuck turns his cart onto the path leading to it. No one's ever cobbled the place. I pull my feet from the mud with a squelch. Even though I'm told the rain stopped well before we arrive, there's not one dry spot, and anywhere the animals walk on, it's mud up to my ankle. I am so glad the armor's boots go up to my calves. I don't want to think about walking in this with my everyday boots. Would have been like. However hard it is to walk in this stuff, the animals have no problem. No, had no problem pulling the carts. Carts and wagon left the caravan to go to tents or buildings as we progressed further in. We passed one with people lined up by the door. They were all dressed in armor and armed. When the last of the cart we guarded left, we continued on behind the one following Chuck. Each group of guard joined us as they had nothing to guard, and we were a large, mostly happy group as we entered a fenced-off area with a larger and better-built building at the back. Chuck and the 4 carts behind him headed for a barn, and the rest of us congregated, talked, and rejoiced at having made it to the city. The sun had dipped to a few fingers over the horizon when I decided I might as well go. I'd reached Toronto, so there was no point in hanging around. I tried to find Herbert, but one of the others, but gave up when no one could point me to where they'd gone. So here I am, a few steps into the muck, wondering if I have the strength to make it to the road when... Where do you think you're going? Chuck demands behind me. I turn as he approaches. He pulls his feet out with the same squelching mine did, but he doesn't seem to feel the suction. Then again, I saw him throw a level 23 Stoker across a battlefield. He probably doesn't even know the mud is trying to suck him in. I figure you did your part. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. I figured you did your part. I answer hesitatingly. You got me here in one piece, so I'm going to head out. Just like that? I'm not sure what else there is to do. I mean, I got the sense me saying thank you isn't something you're waiting for. He rolls his eyes. Chuck Dorval wishes to trade with you. Chuck Dorval is offering you $5,000. What do you wish to offer Chuck Dorval in return? Next to that is a place I can put an amount or items. I don't understand. It's not like I have anything of value. Well, of that kind of value. It's your pay. Pay for what? What do you think? The work you did? Oh, wait, what? No, you don't have to pay me. You said that guarding the caravan was... Stop it, kid. He runs a hand over his face. I'm giving you the money. You take it. That's it. But, I swear, kid, if you start on some explanation of why you don't deserve it or some other bullshit like that, I don't know, but I'm going to do something. Slap me? I don't hit kids, he replies with an unexpected harshness. He takes a breath. I appreciate you might be worried there's strings attached, but it's not that, I protest. It's just that you can't stop, can you? You ask, perplexed. It's some sort of automated response. You just have to explain how you aren't worth whatever someone else wants to give you, don't you? No, that isn't it. I mean, I don't think I'm worthless. Yeah, sure. I'm not, I protest. I helped. I even saved someone. And you're refusing payment. Is that why you want to give me this? Because I saved someone? Not that exclusively, he replies in exasperation. You're getting paid for pulling your weight in that fight. Everyone who did gets a cut of the spoils. Could have said that up front, I say meekly, accepting the money. Well, no one else argues against getting it. Most people just take what they're given. Thank you. He looks at me, and I can't tell if he's about to scream or maybe hit me, or even if he says it doesn't hit kids. Then he takes another breath and his expression softens a little. Look, kid, Herb told me your plans. How about I hire you full time instead? The money is good, as you saw. You'll get plenty of chances to train. I'm going south after this, so it's not like you'll be in court anytime soon. Give your dad time to explode, then calm down. Your grandpa will appreciate knowing you're safe. I shake my head. I have this quest to do. Why the fuck am I not surprised? You're just like... He closes his mouth, a nice shake, and with a shake of the head. Okay, then be careful out there. Do you have any advice? I ask as he turns away. For the city, I mean? He snorts. Don't go in. Too many people, most of them asshole. Why do you need to go in? He asks. I'm going to need supplies and a place to stay for the night. Look around, kid. You're in the middle of a marketplace. How about the only thing you can't get here is stuff you need your points to buy? That's kind of what I need to deal with too. He nods. As for the night, he points to a building with a lantern hanging on each side of the door and lots of light coming from the windows in the approaching evening. That's an inn. Tell him I sent you and remind him that if he charges you more than $20 for a room, I'm going in there and pounding him through a wall. Isn't that kind of harsh? Maybe you missed that, but that's what I do. Anyway, it's just so he knows you aren't making up who sent you. Don't abuse the knowledge, kid. He turns and walks away. Thank you, I called after him. Don't get killed, he replies. Then grumbles something I don't make out. It takes me 5 hardier steps to get on more solid ground. Then I'm heading for the inn's door in the hopes of a good night's sleep. And that concludes chapter 29 of The World Which Is. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me, that is on my Patreon. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the note, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. One of your plans for writing a lit RPG in the not near future is to write a really deep skill-based system. No clue how it will work, but a skill for everything. Cool. Are you looking for a list of skills? To use for it, Anthony, or do you already have that? Or know where you'll get it? Okay. That is done. I need... I'll be right back. Oh, wait. No, this is a template. All I did was change that. It's done. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 53 allies. We're going up against 37 enemies. Zaid is in the lead. Gator Paws is in second. Mono Bear's in third. Yellow Fairy kills the Noble. Dark Megatron takes over second place. Zappa's in third. Who shall kill the other epics? We have Jam Jam kills one. And Zappa kills the other. Zaid is in first. Jam Jam is in second. Dark Megatron is in third as we take down the last few enemies. And the battle is done. We have won. Zaid the Wolf is in first place with 15 assists. A Jam Jam is in second place with 1 kill, 13 assists. And Dark Metatron is in third with 12 assists. We have a Lego head. Do we have the master of Legos, Darth? Nope, nope. We do not have the Darth, the Dark Lord of Legos. Centurions and Berserkers are not claimed by anyone. So, Chipaski, you get the Berserkers, Becca Stings the Centurion, and Radoshna, you get the Lego head. And we move on to the next map, where it will be Super Boss by the end of the day if things go well. So gold skin Super Boss. And we start with a moderate battle. And welcome to the YouTube stream, Luke. Come on, wake up. Map, there we go. And Puppy's not, so it's still my Lancer. And let's start here. And in half an hour, we will see how that turns out. And I will move on to another chapter. Actually, wrong direction. There we go. That's going to be the book. And that is it. Let's confirm that. Actually, I keep forgetting steps today. And one's broken. All right, so it's going to be chapter 3 and 4 today. Alrighty, so I will start this by confirming the microphone is on. Turning off the desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you're looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 3 of Once Broken. Well, that didn't last long. When Tristan had taken charge, Alex had been hopeful that in spite of all the wincing and lack of apparent confidence, he'd been able to pull himself together. Now, it was clear it had been nothing more than a mask, and one that didn't even hold up to the first problem he encountered. Alex waited a few seconds, and when Tristan didn't move out of the hatch, he shoved him, confident that Tristan wouldn't even raise his voice at this point. It took some strength to move him. The Somalian was a head taller than Alex and outmassed him, but he stumbled forward before going rigid again. Alex squeezed around and saw the problem. People. Humans, actually, and a lot of them. He wondered where they'd all come from as he turned to face Tristan and cursed. The fear in his eyes wasn't directed at one person, but flicked from one to the other, as if he was searching through a system infected with malicious programs, looking for a safe path through them, but not finding it. He didn't have the time to waste on this. He grabbed Tristan's arm and pulled him forward, only to have it yanked out and glared at. Anger was better than fear, but Alex didn't have any patience for that either. "Don't touch me," Tristan growled. "Then move. You're gawking. Your gawking is starting to draw attention." The mass of humans in the concourse, peppered with the occasional Somalian, were glancing in the direction. "I can't." His mouth moved, but nothing else came out. His eyes were wide, trying to look everywhere at once. I'm not." He was shaking now. Alex buried the anger, afraid he was going to hurt someone, desperately wanting to hurt someone. "Get back in there." He followed Tristan through the hatch. "Keep an eye out," he told Jacoby. Tristan was resting his head against the wall, hugging himself and mumbling something Alex didn't understand. "What's the problem?" Alex demanded. Tristan motioned to the open hatch. Talk, he said through gritted teeth. Tristan glared and then looked away. They're going to kill me. Who? Alex looked through the hatch, searched for anyone who looked like they could be a threat. Them. He motioned at the open hatch again. Them who? If he didn't start making sense, Alex was going to take out a knife and... Them, all of them. Alex stared at him. What are you talking about? Are you telling me you're scared of those weaklings? You can kill all of them without even trying. I can kill them without trying. Tristan shook his head hard. They're going to gang up on me, crowd me, bury me under them, and tear me to pieces. Alex had no idea how to respond to that absurdity. They can't hurt you, he said, trying for reason. They're weak. I doubt any of them even know how to fight, how to handle a knife. You weren't there, Alex, Tristan pleaded. You didn't feel them tearing at your fur, ripping your flesh off your bones, biting it off, digging their fingers in your eyes, and over and over until I died. That was the drugs, he replied in exasperation. It wasn't real. Yes, it was. Okay, fine. Then tell me how come you're alive. You're here, alive, if they killed you. The question confused Tristan. He looked at himself, around at the people through the hatch, where it did nothing to reassure Alex. While it did nothing to reassure Alex, he nodded. Come on, let's go. No! Tristan recoiled from the hatch. That's enough. You're Tristan, one of the most feared beings in the universe. Stop acting like a scared child. Alex, I can't. He was pleading, and the tone made Alex angry. It was a good thing the woman who'd done this to Tristan was dead. Otherwise, Alex would have made her suffer. No, he snapped. You don't get to tell me you can't do something. Not after what you put me through. How often did I tell you I couldn't do something? Commit some atrocity you ordered me to? You didn't give a fuck. You didn't give me a fucking choice. So you don't get one either. Shut the fuck up and take control of yourself. Tristan tried to speak. He ran a hand through his head fur. Then he finally managed to speak. He looked and sounded scared. Alex, I don't remember how. Put a fucking mask on. Or are you telling me you forgot how to do that too? Who? Alex wanted to scream. Tristan was the one who should make the decisions, not him. He noticed Jacoby looking at him and buried his anger, his fear. He certainly couldn't show him weakness. He'd want to take charge and then have them fly back to Talion too. How is he going to get his Tristan back if they left now? Who is Parmillion? He forced his voice to be calm, composed, cold. It took Tristan a moment to make sense of the question, then his face gained a semblance of control. He's a merchant. He has a store groundside. He sells alcohol to the smaller bars. He isn't there often anymore because he travels so much, looking for new alcohols to bring back. At least that's what he tells his children. They run the store. The truth is that he can't stand being around them. Their mother spoils them, so they always argue when he tells them what to do. At least they have a head for business, so even with all the bickering they do among themselves, the store keeps going. Jacobon was staring at him. So Parmillion can handle crowds? Tristan nodded. He always has to deal with them. The market, the stations, the public transit. Then be him. Tristan looked at his hand, turned them over. My fur's not right. His is gray with black swirl. I need to... No! Alex clamped his mouth shut at Tristan's wince. He was going to kill someone. He buried that desire. That doesn't matter. No one here knows who Parmillion is or what he looks like. You just need to be him. Tristan looked like he wanted to protest, then his ears folded back. He nodded. He straightened, then slouched, not in fear, but because of age, Alex realized. Parmillion had a soft gaze and pleasant smile, but his lips trembled with the effort. Alex motioned for the hatch, making the gesture an invitation rather than an order. Tristan, Parmillion, hesitated, then started walking. Alex took position at one side. Stay by his other side, he whispered to Jacoby. Keep anyone from getting too close. I don't want him to bolt. You know, Jacoby said, I know that name, Parmillion. I didn't place it when you mentioned you'd set up the ship to belong to him, but with the fur color, he's one of the Somalian I found when I checked that. I checked Tech out, worked out who he is. How many ID does he have? Alex shrugged. A lot. How many are Somalians? I don't know. Why are you asking about that? I only found close to 100 Somalian traveling in space. Now I'm wondering how many of them are him. I don't see that it matters. I guess it doesn't, Jacoby said. I was just curious. They fell silent. Tristan kept hesitating, which gave the impression he had a problem with a foot. He'd hunched in on himself, then, as if he remembered who he was, relaxed. I can't believe how much this place looks like any other of the stations I've been on, Jacoby said. And if Alex wasn't so preoccupied with watching Tristan, he would have reminded him to stay alert. I know the design's a standard corporate, but he pointed to a storefront. That's a chain from Fearnack, and over there is a store right out of Sunnyfolk. We're far enough from everything. I'd have expected there to be more local stuff. Alex forced himself to look around. It wasn't like this when I was here. How long ago? Alex shrugged. A few objective decades, give or take. Don't you keep track? I tried, but it was too much of a hassle, and it isn't like I have anyone living only in objective time. So I keep in touch with. He looked at Tristan, whose hands were shaking. Smile turned brittle. He was the only one he had contact with. Well, the real Tristan, not this parody, and they lived the time the same way. There weren't so many humans, Alex said. I felt like the alien, not the other way around. Also, the stores catered to Somalians more than anyone else. It was more of a marketplace then. Well, whatever this is. He looked around. You're right. I don't see anything aimed for Somalians. Tristan flinched and Alex reached for the knife at his sleeve. He cursed having to pack away his good knives, but it wasn't a threat that had Tristan about to bolt, just someone bumping against him. There was no denying it. Tristan was about to lose it. Why don't we head over there? Alex suggested, indicating a column on the edge of the concourse where there was almost no one. You can rest, catch your breath. I can do this. Tristan protested. I'm going to be okay. The words, the tone was all wrong. Alex couldn't decide if he should scream or cry. He did neither. He took Tristan's hand. No, you're not. You're shaking. You need a rest. Maybe Tristan couldn't maintain a mask, but Alex wasn't going to let him break character and attract attention. Tristan wasn't happy as he sat, but Alex's glare kept him silent. Well, Jacoby was at the column. The column at a terminal Alex had been too busy to notice. Now I know why Leisure Tech owns this station. I still don't get why. This is so broken. Stay here, he told Tristan. Stay here, he told Tristan. He joined Jacoby. Welcome to Somalia, the screen read. The newest vacation destination from Leisure Tech. Come experience primitive life and archaic belief system. Come see the native and your brutal weather, all in the comfort of Leisure Tech's best recreational hover. They're turning this place into a vacation world, Jacoby said in disdain. It explained the disproportionately large number of humans and why the stores catered to them. He felt something different from disdain. He felt betrayal. SpaceGov was supposed to keep this from happening. They were supposed to protect local population from the might of corporations. He shoved the emotions aside, unable to tell where it had come from. Probably some naive part of himself that had managed to survive the last decade. This place didn't matter to Tristan, so it didn't matter to him. Let the corporation strip it clean, so long as they waited until the two of them were gone. Tristan was sitting on the floor, hugging his knees to himself and rocking in place. We can't take the public shuttle, Alex told Jacoby. There's no telling if he'll go from being terrified to becoming murderous. I thought you didn't care what he did to them. Didn't you say he could kill them all? I'm not interested in finding out if he's going to be able to stop at killing only the people and not blowing up the shuttle while we're still in it. He can't be fixed if he's dead. took a credit chip from a pocket. There's enough here to cover something good. He handed it to Jacoby. Wouldn't it be better if you took care of that? And leave you alone with Tristan so you can try to convince him to leave with you? Do you know how to handle an out-of-control Somalian? He asked instead. Not that he was sure he could either. At this point, the only thing he knew was that if Tristan went berserk, he wouldn't hurt his Somalian. The only thing Alex knew for sure was that if Tristan went berserk, he wouldn't hurt his Somalian. Jacoby shook his head. Get something large enough for the three of us to be comfortable in. He watched Jacoby vanish in the crowd and ignored the looks he was getting. He had more important things to handle than being annoyed at people who couldn't mind their business. Tristan wasn't rocking anymore, which Alex took to mean he was regaining some of his control, but how long was that? Well, how long until he was able to move? Is everything all right? A woman asked. Alex turned, hand reaching for the knife in his sleeve, but she had a gun at her belt, her hand on the butt, wore a light blue uniform, and had a badge opposite the gun. He didn't recognize any of the individual part, but together they meant security. He reined in his anger. We're fine, ma'am. Really? He doesn't look fine to me. She studied Tristan. I've never seen him before. Is he one of the new guides? They let him up here with less training every time. There should be tests before they come up here. I can't have one of them lose it. He isn't a guide. Alex couldn't stop some of his anger from slipping in. He's a friend. Her smile wasn't amused. Haven't you gotten the warning about associating with them? If they aren't trained, there's no way to know what they'll do. She took out the Somalian-sized cuffs. How about I just take him off your hand and we leave it at a warning? Alex forced his hand away from his knife, even as he noticed the places he could bury it into her. Please don't. He placed himself between them to hide what she'd taken out. He's just overwhelmed. He wanted to see the station. He's never been off ground before. He thought it would be a fun little trip, but he didn't understand how busy it would be here. I have someone getting us a shuttle and we're heading back down. She studied him, then looked around him. You actually befriended one of them? She asked in disbelief. Alex nodded, his face hurt from smiling so much. How did Tristan manage to make it look effortless? He's nice, really not like any of the others. She shook her head, amusement mixing in. Famous last word, buddy. All right, you take him back down, but if he starts anything up here, I'm taking both of you in. Got that? Got it. Thanks. She turned, and Alex envisioned himself planting a knife in her back a few times. A dozen should be sufficient to make her understand how much he hadn't wanted her here. Seeing her dead, let him relax a little. Jockey walked by her. What was that about? He asked Alex. Nothing. He growled. You have the shuttle? I do. I asked for a shuttle large enough for a human family and got stared at like I was crazy. I got us a group shuttle for long-term excursion. We'll be fine in that. Let's go, because if I see her again, just imagining her dead might not be enough. And that concludes Chapter 3 of Once Broken. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this book, as well as the other in the series, they are available at all major e-retailers. If you want to support me and get access to basically everything I've written, that's with my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Oh, that's what I forgot to do this morning. I forgot so many things this morning. interesting. I thought I had okay. Yeah, okay, that is done. So now I can go back to this. Hello, Darth. Welcome to the stream. And your clock has been updated. You're gonna have to be sneakier if you want to be if you don't want me to notice you. All right, that is done now. And before that, or did I deal with it? Did I do this? Yes, I did. Okay. It's done. That is in process. And of course I shut down breaking step. Um, Thank you very much for the follow, Asynchronicity. Battle Station. Everyone, battle station. We have 39 allies. We are going up against 54 enemies. And we start with Crispy Prop in the lead. Yellow Fairy takes that over. And Bluer Schweed is in third. Crispy Prop is in second. Becca's in third. Yellow Fairy maintains the first. Ivy Not Me kills a giant. Becca Stinks kills the other. And we start clearing up the board. Yeah, I want to respec my Lancer. I do not like what I gave him. Yellow Fairy is in first. Becca is in second. Crispy Prop is in third. Okay, Yellow Fairy and Becca Stinks are comfortably in first and second place, although they switch together. Becca's now in first. Jam Jam is in third. Yellow takes over first again, and we're done. We have won. Yellow Fairy is in first place, 1 kill, 35 assists. Becca Stinks is in second place, 27 kill, 5 assists. And A Jam Jam is in third, 6 kill, 12 assists. We have just regular rogues that no one is currently claiming. So Yellow Fairy and Zappa both get rogues. And we move on to a mystery battle on the way to the gold chest. I am still on singles. That means it is time for a fairy. Let's put ourselves here and see what happens. Whoa, what the? That's not what I did. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Alright. And I will start on. The next read and correct. I am confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 4 of Once Broken. Tristan was out of the shuttle the instant it landed. It hadn't been large, like Jacoby had said. The man had no idea what large should be. There should have been some place he could have gotten away from Alex, been able to stop his enticing scent from reaching him and his father. Tristan could have strangled him if he'd actually been there, but his father was a figment of his imagination, one he couldn't control, and that was driving him insane. He should have been able to control it. He should be able to control his own mind. If he'd been piloting the shuttle, it would have taken him it would have given him something to do, something to focus on, instead of feeling like he was caged again and could only pace in circle He should have thrown Jacoby out of the chair, out of the shuttle. He should have done the same thing with Alex for keeping him from doing what he liked. What he liked? What he wanted. What he wanted, but Alex had glared at him and told him to behave himself, and Tristan felt small for displeasing him, much to his father's amusement. He stood among the other hovers in the lot and considered running, getting away from Alex, losing himself in the city. He breathed the air, and under all the artificial scent of permacrete, polyplastic, and metal, there was one he couldn't place, but any urgency at escaping left him. The scent of home, his father said in disgust. The sun was high and bright. No, not bright. Purer. He shaded his eyes and looked at it. There was something about the color. It was different from any other he'd seen. The sky was a bright blue with only wisps of clouds. The contrast was stark against the gray of the building. You know, Jacoby said, interrupting Tristan's observation? Soaking in the sensation? I sort of expected something more primitive. All this looks recent, Alex replied. No more than 20 years objective, I'd say. Alex was looking around, taking out shades and putting them on. Tristan agreed with Alex. He didn't remember much of the city he'd run to after escaping the forest, but he remembered low buildings close together. Nothing like these towers. This didn't look like this the last time you were here? Jacoby asked. I didn't play tourist, but I was here for... I didn't play tourist. I was here for information. Got it, then left. Things felt cramped. Not... damn it. Things felt cramped, not airy like this. Alex took out his data pad and pointed. We're heading that way. The walkway was lined with buildings. Tall, made of metal and permacrete and glass. They were like any other on any other planet he'd been on, cramming as much as possible in as little space as they could. It was what human did, only it wasn't human on the walkway. It was Somalian, going in and out of the building, walking among them, noticing Alex and Jacoby giving them a wide berth. It felt wrong. There being so many non-humans walking the street. It wasn't how it should be, how it was, based on his experience. Humans always outnumbered aliens. This is home, boy, his father said. Humans have no business here. His father was wrong. The Somalians' behavior showed that. They didn't treat Alex and Jacoby with curiosity, but with deference. They got out of their way because they had been told to. Humans had made their mark here, like everywhere else. How far do we have to walk? Jacoby asked. I could have landed us closer if you told me where we're going. His tone was neutral, but he was uncomfortable at being surrounded by aliens, although he tried to hide it. It isn't far. Alex didn't react to the people around them any differently than when he was among humans. He was looking for threats, a hand close to his knife, just like Tristan had trained him to be. Always on alert. This was the closest designated landing pad. I could have landed us on a roof or between buildings. If you don't feel like walking, Alex replied, tone cold, feel free to turn around and wait for us in the shuttle. Jacoby rolled his eyes. They reached an intersection and Alex checked his pad, had them in backtrack and slipped between two buildings. The lane narrowed beyond the tower, and they were walking through a maze of alleys with low buildings that felt more appropriate to Tristan. The few Somalians they saw here moved out of their way, but in fear, not imposed respect. Yes, now this is what I expect when I'm walking among aliens, Jacoby said. Of course, his father said. The human wants to be feared. Why don't you show him why it should be him who fears us instead? Shut up, he grumbled. He had nothing to prove to anyone, let alone someone like Jacoby. Alex turned, and the alleys widened until they opened up to a courtyard with a few trees and benches among dark green grass. This is nice, Jacoby said. Tristan agreed with him. There was a calm here that called to him to sit on a bench and take in the serenity. The scent of the trees brought up a distant memory of running and laughing. The courtyard led to a domed building, slightly taller than the low ones around it, but minuscule compared to the towers. Unlike those, it was made of stone carved by hand. Nothing had been machined here or poured. Stone had been stacked, a binder used to keep them in place. He searched his memory. The binder was stone dust mixed with sap of the Arbash tree? There was a third component, but he couldn't recall it. There was a reason the building was a half sphere. He had researched it when he was young, when he thought he needed to pass himself off as a knowledgeable Somalian to get employment. That was before he'd realized humans didn't care about him knowing about Somalian. They cared about him being as human as he could be, so he'd stopped researching Somalia and started learning about humans. He followed Alex, pausing to run a hand along the stonework. It was amazing workmanship. Words were written next to the entrance, but he couldn't read them. He did remember they went down to up, and that it was only traditional to places like this. What's it say? Jacoby asked. Uncertainty hit him. Was this something he should have remembered, studied? Nothing useful, he answered in a disinterested tone and entered, hurrying to join Alex. The corridor was made of the same stone as outside, the same workmanship. It was tall, but somehow felt smaller than it should. How could he know it should be like this? He'd never been in one of these. His father had never mentioned details about them. She must have brought you, his father said. A woman like her would try to fill your head with this kind of nonsense. He wanted to ask what he meant, why she might have brought him here, but they entered a large room, a half-sphere that mirrored the outside. The primary light source was the half-sphere in the center of the floor. It was the source. He remembered that much. The light wasn't quite enough to fill the space, so torches were lit around the room, the fire flickering between the alcove. No, not firelight, just made to look like fire. Look at them, his father said, striding to the middle of the room and raising his voice. Look at the idiots wasting their time looking at statues, hoping they'll fix their problems instead of making sure their survival is assured. Tristan looked around, hoping no one would notice his father, and the handful of people did seem intent on ignoring him and his rant. You really think statues care about your problems? You think faith is going to solve your problems? You need to do that yourself. His father fixed his gaze on Tristan. And you, boy, you're worse than them. You know how worthless a place like this is. I taught you better. Of course. He didn't believe in them. He wasn't here because he wanted to. He looked for Alex, who was talking with two Somalians. Oh, sure, he brought you here. Care to explain why you let him lead you around? What are you, his pet? His father peered in an alcove at a woman, red fur with white stripes. She held scroll in one hand. Knowledge, his father said in disdain. He addressed the man who was laying a piece of scroll at her feet. What do you expect of that? What do you expect the thing to do? Touch your ears and make you automatically know stuff? Pathetic. She's the wise one, Tristan said, and the man looked at him in surprise. Not knowledge. She inspires people to learn, represents the aspect of them that drives them to learn. The man said a few quiet words Tristan didn't understand, bowed his head to the statue and walked away. His father was glaring at him. And exactly how do you know that? Tristan shrugged. I had to research this when I thought I had to be able to pass myself off as like them. He motioned to the other Somalian. You wanted to be like her, didn't you? Well, she isn't worth it. Best forget her completely. The only good thing about her was how tight she was after the man who used her. Tristan clenched his fist at the comment. Emotion swirled in him, telling him he should defend his mother, that his father had no business talking about her like that, but they were old, faded, and didn't take hold. She believed in those things, your mother, his father said as he moved past a few alcoves to step at another one with a woman. It's a good thing I took you from her, indicated the statue. That one would be your mother. Sex. At least your mother was better looking than that one. That's the mother, not sex. She's pregnant. Then she's sex. How do you think she got that way? I can't believe you wasted time learning this stuff. Lower your voice, Tristan said. You're going to cause a commotion. Who gives a fuck about them? His father yelled, looking around for a reaction. See, they don't care. They don't even understand what you're saying. His father looked around. So, if she's not sex, which one of them is? None of them. Really? Aren't they supposed to represent aspect of people? Are you telling me no one has sex here? Of course they do. Tristan rumbled. Rubbed his muzzle. His father was doing this on purpose, being stubborn. He'd grown up among these beliefs, hadn't he? Sex isn't an aspect, it's a physical act. The aspects are different. He didn't remember the details, but it had been covered. You better tell me you don't believe in those things, boy. I taught you better. Of course I don't. They're just stone. His father wasn't listening to him, having moved on to a different one. Hey, now that's a man. Violence. Yeah, him I can approve of. Tristan snorted. Of course he would. What's your tone, boy? You know, they give him the right coloring and he could be you. The aggressor, Tristan said. And his father was right. Tall, broad-shouldered, muscular. His fur was ruddy and he had a determined expression. The expression on the face of someone who confronted his problem head on, fist at the ready, the one who didn't just wait for the fight to come to him. He went looking for them, bringing them to an end before they could escalate. The one who reveled in fighting them. His father shook his head. Violence. Why do they try to cover up what they are with fancy names? He pointed at the alcoves. Fucking eating, wasting your time, or fucking, I guess, fixing you up, getting the crap beaten out of you. Don't! Tristan warned before he could stop himself, which earned him a raised eyebrow from his father. That's the defender. He didn't know why he felt defensive about that one, other than Alex carried a statue of him. This one had small differences, 2 swords in hand instead of 1, reddish-brown fur instead of tan, and black pants, but the position was the same, as was the intent. He hadn't gone looking for this fight, but he was ready to stand in the way of anyone who would harm those he cared about, those he was sworn to protect. Tristan smiled. He even had the notched here. Maybe it wasn't damaged, but just the way he was represented. Get the crap beaten out of him. Just like I said, of course he has damage. Tristan didn't reply. At this size, there were details on the face that couldn't be portrayed in the small one Alex had. Fierceness in the eyes, determination, but in a different way than the aggressor. This was someone who didn't give up. This was someone who Tristan could beat over and over, and he would stand back up, bruised but not cowed. He'd seen that expression before. His breathing caught in his throat. He'd seen it on out. It is an ill omen when someone like you graces a house, Tristan. And that concludes chapter 4 of Once Broken. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next one's going to be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read the book as well as the others in the series, they are available at all major e-retailers. If you are looking to support me and get access to basically everything I've written, that is on my Patreon. And if you're looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty. And that's done. Back here. Well, not quite. That it should. Everything should be done. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 50 allies. We are going up against 29 enemies. BMAC is in the lead. Monobear's in second. Zappa in third. Monobear takes over first. Zappa's in third too. Cutie Tammy takes over that. Coffee takes over that. Coffee's back in third. BMAC is in second. Famel is now in third. Coffee and Bacon kills the giant. Oh, both of them. And I think we're done. We have won. Monobear is in first place, 5 kill, 3 assists. BMAC is in second place with 7 assists. Coffee and Bacon Guy climbs back to third with 5 kill, 2 assists. Did you help? Well, if you were in the battle, yes, you did. We have gold. Do we have... Oh, the lady! The lady is in the battle! So the lady gets the gold. And there's a paladin that no one claims at this time. So Sigma OS gets the paladin. And we move on to a very hard battle before the gold chest. Alrighty, Warbeast will be after that. So Lancer. Well, that they may not be getting kills. That doesn't mean they don't help. Because if not, they can be distracting the enemy because some enemies might target them and allow other people to kill them. The game is not exactly straightforward. It's a version of rock, paper, scissors with 5 or 6 variables. And who gets highlighted as being targeted is not always who they will go to. So half an hour to see how this turns out. Yeah, it is fun. And also, the thing to keep in mind is that since you're starting, you're fairly new at the game, your units will be very much lower than a lot of the others around it, which means that they won't have some of the bonus that they have, because at 20 you get to specialize your unit and it gives a specific bonus, and that makes them more efficient in certain ways. But every time you put a unit down, you get a scroll, so it still progresses, and you still get scroll from the victories. To be fair, I don't think the kills do much in relation to what you get out of it. The game seems designed to encourage participation rather than individual wins. The one place where it comes into play is with killing epics, because that gives you special tokens. Cupcakes in this one that in the store can be used to buy special chests that will give you bonuses like scroll, gold, tokens, and you can claim those once a day to get, so you can get at least one chest a day, even if you don't kill anything else. And but yeah, ultimately the goal is to have fun. I am going to be changing this. Because I think there was a... I think at some point we made a switch where Tristan was always picking him up. And I think it's based on one quick scene where Tristan talks with Carl and the guard in the lobby who has slash had a thing for Alex. And so I need to check something. Because okay, so this is the fight I was remembering. All right, it is time for lunch. I will do my best to be back in 20 minutes or so, in time to run the battle. If I do not, I will see you all when I get back from lunch. Battle station. Everyone. Battle station. We have 48 allies. We're going up against 69 enemies. Sigma starts in the lead. Bluer Schweid is in second. Coffee takes over second. Bluer is in third. And let's see. Jessica is in second place. Coffee is in third. Sigma maintains the first. And let's see. The Epic is. Oh, wait. No, the Epic might be going. There we go. BMAC killed the Epic, and we're done. We have won. Jessica made it to first place at the last moment. Sigma OS is in second place, 7 kill, 13 assist, and Mono Bear is in third with 14 assist. We have Lancers, we have Paladins, we have no one interested in either of those at this time. And Richter Scale gets the Paladin, Mope gets the Lancers. And we move on to a gold chest. Alrighty, and it is time for Puppy to come out and have some fun on a mostly empty field. I think they knew Puppy was coming and they ran away in fear. But we will see how this turns out once I'm back from lunch. Atoll Station. One. Battle Station. We have 50 allies. We are going up against 29 enemies. And we are off with Sigma in first place, Yellow Fairy in second, Shaka was in third, Crispy Prop is now there. Yellow Fairy is in first, Coffee takes over first, Sigma is in third. And who shall kill the epic Snuggle Bumblebee? Kills the giant, and then we're done. Coffee and Bacon Guy is in first place. 6 kill, 5 assist. Yellow Fairy is in second place with 11 assists, and Sigma OS is in third with 8 assists. We have gold, big time. Do we have the... No, wait a minute. Do we have an Onatikun? Do we have a Bluer Swede? And then a Lego... Oh, do we have the Dark Lord of the Legos? Darth Torlin is with us. So Darth gets the Lego head. And we move on to the... wait, I need to check something. Yep. We move on to the next battle, which is very hard before the skin chest. Alrighty, still on singles, makes this my Lancer, and we will go here. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. And thank you very much, Darth. And this afternoon, we are working on Rabbit. Book 6 in the Monster and Badman series. Today, it is an Alex chapter. Hey, James. Welcome to the stream. Consider yourself hugged back. This morning. Onati-kun, welcome to the stream. And your clock has been updated. How are you doing today? Doing good, I am glad to hear that. Battle station. Everyone. Battle station. We have 43 allies. We are going up against 26 enemies. The lady right jumps into first place. Bacon takes that over. Terran is now in third. Wow, I jumped down real quick. Let's see. Coffin Bacon guys in first. The Lady Wrights is in second. Tyrant Silas is in third. In second, who will kill the Epic? Oh, wait. Mope killed one of them already. So who shall kill the second one? And, oh, it's me! I killed the other Epic, and the battle ends with that. The Lady Wrights makes it to first place, 4 kill, 10 assist. Tyrant Silas is in second place, 3 kill, 9 assist. And Coffee and Bacon Guy is in third with 9 kill. We've got gold. Do we have an Onatikun in the... We do have an Onatikun in the battle. So Onatikun gets the gold. Then we have a Musketeer. Do we have a Blue or Swede? Bluer gets their backup. And then a Paladin that no one is currently claiming. So that goes to BMAC. And we move on to, to a skin chest before the Super Boss. And singles makes this my Lego head. And let's start this here. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Atoll Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 50 allies. We are going up against 53 enemies. And Sigma starts in the lead. Spring is in second. Onatikun is in third. Salazir Richter Scale takes over third place. Spring is in second. Moes is in third. Let's see. Sigma's in first. Spring is in second. Salazir is in third. We have the... Okay, and Yellow Fairy kills one of the giants. Salazir kills the other. And now to take care of the last bit of enemies and win this. Sigma OS is in first place, 2 kills, 21 assists. Zaid the Wolf is in second place with 14 assists, and Spring 7 is in third. 3 kill, 11 assists. We get gold, big gold. Do we have a bluer Swede? We do. So bluer gets the gold. Then we have Shinobis that no one is currently claiming. So, Coffee and Bacon Guy, as well as Jessica, you get Shinobis. And we get to move on, to me collecting scrolls. And then the Super Boss. All right, singles means my Lancer. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Welcome back, James. Welcome back, Anthony. How are you doing today? I am good, Anthony. Thank you very much. Hello, Lord Miller. Sorry, Lori Miller. What? Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for the raid. How are you doing today, Lori? You're okay? I'm glad to hear that. I am doing well. Thank you very much. The writing is coming along nicely. A little bit tired, but that's life. Thank you very much. How was your stream, Lori? Did you get all you were looking to do accomplished? It was great. Cool. You ended up starting late. Your daughter's appointment ending late and ending a bit early. So you can take migraines meds. Well, I hope they are effective. I hope you get to rest and that you feel better soon. Going to lurk. Thank you very much. Thank you for the lurk. Hopefully get everything written that I want to. Well, it's lining up that way. To be fair, my criterias are fairly loose. One chapter. So, and the chapter is coming along nicely. Might be a little short, but I never mind that in a first draft. Tiered. Okay, there's that 9. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 54 allies. We're going up against 53 enemies. And Jessiku starts in the lead. Meow Meow is in second, is in third as Spring takes over first place. Jesse's back in first. Spring is in second. Oh, that shifts around. Meow Meow. Oh, Wanatikun's in third. Meow Meow's in third. The epics are killed. Monotony and Bit, Sigma and Blue or Swede. Which means that we are down to the melee enemies, and that's not gonna last very long because we're done. Jessiku is in first place, 6 kill, 25 assist. Spring 7 is in second place, 5 kill, 22 assist. And Onatikun is in third, 7 kill, 17 assist. We have monks, we have centurion, and we have a whole lot of unmentionables. No one claims any of these. Shoo. Lucifer and Zappa get Centurion. Zaid the Wolf is stuck with unmentionables, and Richter Scale gets monked. And we move on to the next board. Sorry, the next map, where we will have Token and Skin. And we start with a hard battle. On the way to the Token, but we will not reach this today. And still on singles means it's fairy time. And it is past 2, so I gotta check. Oh, okay. You go up. As do you, and you, and you. Oh my. Nice little bump here. And it is past 2. Time to check the shop. Anything not 29 is getting purchased. And I am under 20k. I do not get a refresh. All right. Half an hour to see how this turns out. And now to check in on the viewer side, where anything not level 1 will be purchased. Really? Atoll Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 45 allies. We're going up against 36 enemies. And we start with Terran in the lead, Monobear in second. Monobear takes over first. Terran is in second. Zaid is in third. Let's see. Monobear is in first. Terran is in second. Oh, hey, wait. No. BMAC is now in first. BMAC is back in first. Terran is in second. Monobear is in third. Crumbs, the DJ. Hey, Crumbs. Welcome to the battle. It kills the Epic. And we're done, I think. Oh, wait. No, there's a couple down there. And they are going to need help. And now we're done. BMAC is in first place, 1 kill, 14 assists. Sigma OS is in second place with 15 assists. And the Tiered is in third, 2 kill, 11 assists. We have gold twice. Do we have the lady? Do we have an Onati-kun? We do. How about a bluer Swede? Well, of course we do. And then we move on to the last battle of the day, which will be a mystery battle. And, righty, Lancer. So we'll start here. And let me mark this up here. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. I have your Orc Slayer. Well, hopefully that'll be enough. It's not like there's a lot of enemies on this map. How the hell is this so full? You need to place 5, so that's your second. Well, you have 7 days. Yeah, you have 6 days to do it, so you should have enough time. Right now I'm set for Game of Tome. I am not seeing anyone else relating to that online at the moment. And consider yourself hugged back, James. there's no way to force it in. I mean, and this is the wrong book to do that with because it's already formatted that way. Okay. So get that. That in. And it brings us. Alright, not ideal, but I can work with it. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 39 allies. We're going up against 28 enemies. Sigma starts in the lead. Jepaski's in second. Zaid is in third. Bluer takes over the third place. Wood took tried, but Bluer takes it back. Bluer is now in second. Coffee takes over third. Zappa kills an epic. Coffee kills the other one. And we're going to have a bunch of rats killing the villagers as they try to keep up with us. And then we will kill them. And we're done. We have one. Bluer Swede makes it to first place, 3 kill, 10 assist. Sigma OS is in second place, 1 kill, 10 assist. And Coffee and Bacon Guy is in third, 1 kill, 8 assist. We have gold. Do we have the lady? Do we have a Bluer Swede? We do. So Bluer gets the gold. Then we have the unmentionable that no one is claiming, so Darth Torlin gets the unmentionable. And that brings the battling to an end for the day. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we will start placement for a token chest. I hope to see you then. And with my writing done, I will double check if anyone. Yep. So we will raid to Game of Tome again. So thank you very much, everyone, for keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Breaking Step, and in the afternoon, Shock Therapy. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.